I don't remember whether it was sinking or if its buoyancy was set to.
Don't believe it was sinking any more than it already had been. Between the pontoons and everything, I think we had stabilized. At least for the moment. Who knows? We'll do what to change that in a minute. The only way we can make this more dramatic is, being a sinking ship.
Entirely possible given the situation.
Hopefully that doesn't, because that was. None of us want to go down with the ship.
Hmm.
Also, need to figure out how much of that Samurai is going to be.
Injured at the.
Well, yes, I know he's injured. That's part of why I need to figure out how much of a pain in the butt he's going to make himself. He could choose to be cool. That seems unlikely, but it's possible.
Yeah, I think it's highly unlikely given that you kind of interrupted his ability to turn his sword into a dragon sword.
Well, I don't know if I've interrupted. As I recall, there was like a beam struggle type thing going on.
The energy was being siphoned into both Ignaris and um
Yeah, so it's currently being split.
I'd say that's still an interruption of the event.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's still getting power, so it's not a.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
I'm just at the moment I've just impeded how much he's getting, which is obviously still an issue for him. I totally understand why he'd be cranky about it, but
right there is currently.
I need to figure out what to. Not being a pain in the butt. I think really means I'm standing here trying. I've got nothing to go by. I gotta figure it out all by myself.
Oh,
Not that I want him to be a pain in the butt. It just makes figuring out what to do next easier.
oh yeah, no, I get you. Oh, that was a.
Can you? No. Could you? Maybe.
Okay. Wh- which side would like to have the first bout of time?
You ended with me, and this has clearly become Eric's arc, so I recommend we start with Collateral.
Okay.
Here we go. Some music. Okay. So in that case, I wonder if you can see things outside the map. That's my
In that tank?
Looks like
Yeah, that tank on the edge of the map
tank from, because in this version it here, let me.
for the 3 helicopters.
The helicopters, yes. The helicopters you can see they're the I don't know the model of them, but they have the jet.
There's a helicopter of jets.
Say what?
There's no helicopter of a jet, so I'm kind of curious.
You do see something in the distance though, which
Okay.
is technically off map. Unsightly, it is off map. That's why you can't see it yet, but it is coming in quick.
Oh,
Ooh, fancy
okay.
plane.
So a bunch of helicopters in that thing.
Yeah, that's more in the distance. Um,
Why a jump? I zoomed.
um, off the off the cuff, you'd be looking at you'd be looking at you'd
You know,
you'd guesstimate 5 kilometers away.
oh,
So, given its
14.
speed, you can hear its engine.
Fire control. Cool, cool. Are these helicopters government property? Are these marked helicopters? What's up with these helicopters?
They are armed. Um, they don't have government markings. It it looks like these are junked copters that have been restored and
I'll tell you,
clearly
surplus. All
refit.
right.
Cool, cool. I'm gonna get in links. I'm going to use the loudspeaker or slash radio or over communications to warn them to leave or suffer the consequences. And I will prepare actions.
Okay. You want in the initiative links or your turn?
You can just put links. I have no reason to get out of links when I am fighting vehicles. I have nothing that can fight a vehicle besides links. Continued approach to the is not advisable. His use of force will be authorized. Can't just shoot a random helicopter. It might not be someone who's trying to do evil things or the criminal group. I had to be law abiding after all.
Law.
Yeah. Assuming they continue to come closer and present a viable threat by coming closer, then they will each be shot once. And yeah, they'll each be shot once. I will set myself in a defensive stance now, obviously. What's their size? 2, 3, 4.
The distant fighter craft is scale 12.
I was talking about the helicopters.
Oh,
So the plane that's 5 kilometers away, I can't do anything to that. Not logically.
why does it not? I copied the stats over from the book. Guess what the stats don't have?
Scale.
Scale. 1 second.
It's all good.
That would be useful.
I love overconfidence. Three, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12,
Uh,
14, 15, 17. And then remove
about to say, she figured.
science
Try to
retreating point 3 times. Defense is
Okay.
3. No, 3 actually.
Okay. Add this. So, you know, 10.
Fancy.
Great.
I assume targeting the engines, so effectively the head. Would that be reasonable to say? Would be the same as like a plus 1D modifier? Targeting the engines on these helicopters?
So, targeting
The giant engines.
giant engines are, are going to be a
Or engine, depending on the helicopter. But they're scale 10. I am scale 5, so I get a +5. Ready. Ready. 40 so far, okay. And then overconfidence.
Oh, I don't.
1d6 exclamation point plus 40 plus 8 from overconfidence and scale.
Oh, I can. Okay. 1 second before you log in.
I already did.
Already logged it, but okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, remember the number. Because on my end, I have many duplicates in here. Many duplicates. So I'm just going to clear the list.
All good. Doesn't bother me. I know what my number is.
I'm giving it the decimal just so we are ensuring that it's going to be at the bottom and not.
That's fine. Let's see, that's going to be
30. There you go.
I'm really surprised that the 15 was rolled given the amount of.
I've already said what I'm doing. I'm going to state that they should no longer approach this. And if they continue to approach or to do anything aggressive, they will be fired upon. And I am making prepared actions to defend myself with excessive violence.
Okay.
And by the way, since I was targeting their engines, what do I get for targeting their engines for damage modifier?
Well, if you destroy their jet propulsion, then unless I'm misremembering my past, then I believe you'd prevent high speed maneuvering because it would still have its rotaries.
That's fine. I was just wondering because I was going under the assumption that targeting their engines would be equivalent to targeting their head, so a damage modifier.
Oh, your
Yeah.
damage modifier. No,
If I don't get that, that's fine.
you'd be getting an effect for when you cause damage. In this case, damaging the engine system.
Okay, if that's the case, what would be the difficulty of just shooting out the rotor?
Correctly, that's a
Cool. I'm gonna do that instead because that's actually a little bit more of a challenge. That reduces this roll by a 6, so that becomes a that.
Okay. Okay.
Uh,
If I have that active here, I,
Vector piloting 2, 4, 6, 8, and minus this.
I'll worry about that later. Okay, so as I recall, and you're holding the action to unleash these shots if they got closer.
Or did anything aggressive.
Okay.
So get closer, target me, target the boat. Or try to deploy people on the boat.
So you're okay.
And I, mind you, while I am holding those actions, I am actually still taking a defensive action to give myself defense.
Okay.
I want to clarify that.
Yeah, I mean, as as long as you have the map for it. Okay.
It's me and shooting things. Of course I have the map for it. After all, only shooting 3 times. Not that bad. Six plus 1 plus so that will matter if they do something.
Yep. Oh, using a real cannon, gotcha.
Yeah. These are Warzone's people. I can give 2 shits about them.
There.
Also, I'm shooting at the vehicle. It's not like I'm shooting them out of the vehicle. They'll probably survive the crash. It's comic book logic after all.
Similar to GI Joe logic, we saw their parachutes.
Exactly. But yes, I cannot feasibly find a reason to shoot a plane that's 5 kilometers away when I don't know that plane. And we're in the middle of a city.
But yeah, for all we know, that's the cops I called. Unlikely, but possible.
It's also 5 kilometers away. I feasibly can't do anything to it. I only have a range of 2 kilometers, not 5.
Even 2 is excessive for most of the things you actually need to shoot.
I'm just being simple, putting the pilots, relevant pilots directly cataclysms. I'm not really separate.
Also, hey, I realized something I can kind of do. I can pull a Halo. Since Lynx has intelligence, I can feasibly do that.
Autonomously?
I could feasibly pull what we did with Spartan, Millionaire, and AI.
When that came up before, didn't we rule that if you were in the cockpit, it didn't get a turn?
We never considered that.
Okay. I could have sworn that came up already.
No, I never considered it. I was just thinking, I was like, hold up.
Oh,
We did this once in GURPS.
consider it. I doubt it. Look.
But it would be something interesting.
Fair enough to look.
It doesn't matter right now. I was just saying it's like that might be an idea for later. 'Cause who doesn't want to have the railgun firing mech have 2 turns and go somewhat into Spartan time shenanigans?
Maybe we count as a mount. Actually, that might be a better way to do it.
I don't know how well that would actually work in the D6 system. But it
I mean, there are
sort of works in GURPS.
Z6 system.
I'd have to do changes to the 2 links to do that.
Technically, how they cover that, there's an interpretation question in there, but they do technically cover it. Under crew, they mention that only one person can control the vehicle at a time. And then under the knowledge and reflexes stat, they say that a vehicle can control itself if it has knowledge and reflexes.
Okay. Now the crew thing is assuming that it's not an AI system.
No, as one of the examples they list of for crew is either a character or if the has a knowledge stat.
Okay, so the crew skills include the idea of encompassing an AI.
Well, the blurb about what a crew is,
Yeah.
not tells you that a crew is either a character, multiple characters, or if the vehicle has a knowledge stat, the vehicle could count as a crew member.
Okay. If the vehicle can count as a crew member and only one can be in operation at any given, then that would imply that only the AI or the pilot could be in control at any given. If it's expressly stating a knowledge, an entity with knowledge. You asked a real question here.
Also, under Links' stat block, it says it requires a crew of 2 to operate.
Minimum 1 with a +5.
Not the version I'm looking at. Oh, you mean minimum 1? Yeah, but then you take a skill penalty if you don't have. That's if it's operating either you.
Okay,
It has a crew of 2, minimum 1, but if you're using the minimum 1, you take a 5 penalty to all rolls.
Okay, therefore, Links itself is operating in tandem to do. Okay, well that answers that.
So I guess one could. The question could be that if he takes the -5, if he takes the 5 penalty, could they both take a turn, or because at that point he's using the minimum 1?
So if you're doing if you actually have the skeleton crew of minimum 1, then provided that he has that Lynx has the ability to whatever it's within its ability to do.
Okay, so you take a 5 penalty and you get 2 turns. That's actually not bad.
Yeah, that's a 5 penalty. Have him shoot at something that he can hit. Didn't have me do the defending and shooting. Because I haven't had the better stats for it.
Interesting.
Cool.
Okay. Interesting.
And it comes with a skill penalty. So it actually compensates for the fact that I would have 2 turns. Because I'm making it harder.
Stuff would probably still apply because you're still technically going at roughly the same time, but not seeing.
Yeah, rate of fire would make sense, but my vehicle doesn't have anything that's rate of fire based.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. It's like at least Lynx himself doesn't have anything that has a rate of fire limit.
Yeah, you just need to worry about venting your ammo essentially.
The only thing that has ammo is the chain gun. Oh, and the flamethrower.
Okay. Okay.
I'd say ROF becomes more of an issue when we get to the jet.
Yeah.
Your lock alert is off.
Okay.
All need lock alert.
Cool. I'm being targeted with a radar. Or a laser.
You're being targeted by the more distant craft.
Oh. Well then.
Help! I've been locked on and I can't get up.
I can't do anything to it. It's 3 kilometers out of my range. I still have my defensive piloting stat, though. Because that's the one action I did take. That just means I now have a very viable target to shoot at.
You are there's a transmission more focused at links. I told you I'd be seeing you soon, Tobias. Though I do wonder if you'll have a chance to retaliate.
I don't like this. I'm not going to respond to him. I am purposely choosing to ignore him for now.
But you need. Have that much. Okay. Um. Okay. From the southern, from the southernmost copter, um, there will be deploying.
Or they. That was one of my triggers. I'm shooting the 3 helicopters.
Okay, they're deploying into the water, but if you're counting that as part of your trigger, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, I said if they come closer, shoot at me, or start deploying people to try to get onto the boat.
Fair.
Those are the 3 things I stated.
Oh, I was like, right, trying to get onto the boat would count for swimming to the boat as well. Yep. Okay. The other two copters are accelerating, which does also definitively trigger. People that are deploying.
Cool.
Okay.
I don't think the helicopters can dodge that. It's a shame we don't get damage bonuses in this game system. But that would be very broken in that case.
Yeah. The reason why I don't use the to hit bonus in D6 supers is especially because I know how insane skill rolls can get.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. Oh my god! Oh shit! All them ones!
That's a 1 on their piloting roll, by the way, on their
Oh yeah!
power die.
Holy I wasn't expecting, like, was that over half of them being ones? Damn.
1, 2, 3, 4. Of the, what is that? 9 dice. 6 of them were ones. By the way, that's armor piercing.
Yep.
You don't even get to have that much toughness, unfortunately. Because isn't it the way it works? Is you have to dice, or is it half the result?
Oh, you have the result.
Have the result. Gotcha. Oh, is that just? Isn't D6 the system where if you do more than 16 damage to a vehicle, it just blows up?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
That's not factoring in scale. I've since rewrote it to include a scale note. That being said, even with the bonus, let's have that. The damage is 15.
Well, the scale bonus will be 5. That are 16 becomes a 21. Half of 21.
Right, because it's based off of your. Okay.
Yeah. So their toughness becomes 21. Half of 21 becomes 10.5. So 11. 28 minus 11 is 17. Yeah, 17.
Okay.
That would be the end result of that damage.
Hey, good thing you weren't targeting the main piece and it's the rotors.
Yep.
Because occupant injury for destroyed is 100% damage.
Pretty sure they would survive 17 damage.
Okay. The copters.
Feel bad for the people who are trying to get out of the helicopter, though. They have a fall without a vehicle in the way.
I'm glad I rolled that. I also see exactly why it's rolled. Okay.
The spider
Hmm.
currently fighting off Apaches and a bomber. What's going on down there? You might want to
A
hurry.
couple seconds.
I'm just letting you know what's up here. So you might want to be quick about it.
Okay. Um, the people that had deployed and then you went, to um, will be will be maneuvering to not have the vehicle crush them. Other people, however, that had not had a chance to deploy, because they were going to deploy over the over the boat. We'll have other issues to contend with. Would would water count as a yielding surface?
It depends on the speed that they impact.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you've seen the actual Mythbusters where they describe how if you technically fall from far enough, far enough away from the surface of the water, you eventually get to a speed where impacting the water is like impacting a concrete wall.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
In fact, it's kind of the speed of falling. Difference is that if you are prepared for it, you could technically do things similar like what divers do when they jump off of a cliff. Generally, it's not recommended to just jump off of a bridge in the water because you're basically hitting a damn near solid surface effectively.
Helicopter crash into crash into the water. Ah, okay.
Anyways,
Okay.
I gave a fair warning before I did this.
Oh,
I
yeah,
feel
no, I'm
no
not saying
guilt.
you've done anything wrong. Oh, oh, okay. That's better on those.
That's a lot of people. I don't like this.
With the copters having hit the water, um, you can see that there's some struggling going on as you're seeing like doors clearly being like manhandled um for a few moments before they give and are allowed to open via force as multiple people from inside the plane have to um either kind of shake themselves to action given the unexpected crash into the water or just metal enough to be on the ball. The pilots themselves are well ah, um they're they need to take a little bit more time to get out of their crash webbing and everything.
Cool, cool.
Okay. Guys that had deployed to the Kaji initiative will swimming. They do Okay. Because everyone else has to deploy from the crash copter. They're That's pretty much all they're doing. It's just spending action to get out.
Cool. It delayed the inevitable.
Oh, it is not incrementing. It only increment on whole numbers? Okay.
You can go ahead and go to Tristan. You can just go back and forth. It's just the two of us after all. Keep it simple.
Oh, no, yeah, I was just wanting the round tracker to, like, want to make sure. Okay, whole numbers only. Okay.
Oh yeah, and I do need to re-roll my initiative because that's what we're doing in this system.
Meanwhile, in the sub of evil,
I've been deleted. The map has gone black. It's not actually black. No, it wasn't actually black. It was just a brown vignette. And I couldn't see anything. But it is perfectly fine because I am not here.
Yeah, I mean, you really want to see what's going on.
Yeah, that's true.
does have an initiative slot.
Eh, what's my situation?
Well, the the energy is still being split between the um sources. Now I did describe a instability, some kind of blast wave for the parting scene last time. So I will need a technically you can still dodge. I was just gonna say stamina.
It is. All right, looks good. Did the math wrong for that.
Okay. Um, both you and samurai um be able to given the confines technically um technically the concussion wave is quote unquote unavoidable, but with your dodge rolls are able to um position yourselves in such a way that either what's in the room your own spadery powers um to not be blown not be blown back and harmfully knocked into things and such. um I'm actually a little surprised samurai made it. Mm. Yeah. The release of concussive heat does cause something else. There is a breach in the hull, and water is now um, flowing into the to the.
Okay, so we've sprung a leak.
This is what happens when you meddle. Since you form some kind of connection with her, if you get her to stop, at least things would calm down. If you can't, I'll use my own methods.
All right, all right.
Given what is currently happening with her, she is um objectively hot in the temperature kind of way.
Under the circumstances, you might want to clear out, given that, we're sinking.
I've taken protections with being in water, if that's your concern.
One of them include the ability to, breathe water.
See.
They were taken on water. I just
He thought your concern was that he would fry because of his cybernetic.
no. My concern is you're going to drown.
Let me actually look at his. Okay, no. The ability to metabolize water. I have my priorities. That's on the list.
Not drowning is just on the list.
I'm not leaving my sword here unattended.
And take the sword.
It's your turn. That is true.
All right. I guess for starters, it's basically putting a screen door on a submarine, but try to plug the hole with some webbing.
Okay.
Minus a little bit of time at least.
Okay. Okay. Are you still going to roll the webbing itself?
Well, that I wasn't sure what I needed to roll to to do that.
If you could roll its power, I'll basically convert your roll into kind of into a duration, essentially.
What, 45 seconds?
The ones?
No ones.
No one. Okay.
Seven rounds.
So
So,
roughly 45.
nothing. A decent amount of time still.
Okay. Are you wanting to do?
Um, Power surge. Leak. How is Ignorus handling it again?
From what you were able to sense and perceive last time, um, she is apparently um absorbing the energies, and there is a molten darkening creeping along um the uh under obviously the portions of the mask, and I believe it's just the mask that has visible skin. Um, she doesn't appear to be, suffering, immolation. She just appears to be changing while absorbing this energy. Um, um, Judging sounds by the sounds she's making, it's clearly an overwhelming experience. Whether it's actually causing damage or not, you need to either make a medicine roll, or if you have some other ability that you think would kind of substitute for doing that. Given she described, surviving a fiery explosion in her past, it's entirely possible that she's not actually being hurt.
Okay, you said what? Alternative
Medicine
medicine. Okay.
skill, or if you feel that you have some ability that would also let you make.
Not off the cuff. First aid probably wouldn't apply here.
Yeah, because you're basically diagnosing in this case.
9.
A 9. Given what she has stated before and what you are seeing, um, due to the fact that that she still has like motion and such, things like twitching, things like um, and from her previous description of driving you are um you are fairly confident that um that she's not being damaged, though she could very well be under a large amount of discomfort in some form.
Oh yeah.
Um, but she doesn't appear to be turning into like a fire specter. I forgot the Fire Force term, but yeah. So yeah, you are fairly confident that this isn't killing her, but it is clearly doing something.
All right. But she currently seems to have it.
Um, she currently seems to be withstanding the experience. Um, if you're wondering if she's exerting any kind of control, uh, she at the very least seems to be, um, just due to the sheer amount of energy going on here. She likely is at least exerting control to try to minimize um, any secondary effects of what's happening. Like, say, let me rephrase that. She is likely trying to contain what is happening to her, um, versus, say, letting out a field of immolation like it was implied to happen in that one building. That being said, you can feel significant heat even from where you are, because I assume you did not get closer, that you may
Yeah.
distance.
Well, I was trying to figure out if I needed to get closer.
Um, you can see that the heat, the hotness, the heat is significant enough around her that the, the interior metals and walls of the craft are um are approaching melting points in terms of the area immediately.
Okay, so she's drawing in the stuff from the reactor. She's
Yes.
controlling the reaction so that we all don't immediately combust.
Yeah, but it appears that she can't stop the absorption process itself. As a reminder from last time, it was unclear whether this was her own will or process that was going on to feed the Ryuzen blade to. She, however, was clearly affected by something when she entered, by way of needing to lean. Uh, Apologies for the vagueness, but powers are largely new to her too. So,
Yeah, yeah. Part of what the skill is here for. Um, Intuition. Um, she seems to be handling things so far. if she is able to take in / contain the reaction, the sub will probably not explode. Based on what I'm observing and her what we've observed of her power set, is she capable of doing that?
Um,
Okay.
uh,
So is this I'm trying to intuit, is this a situation where I think she can handle it, or is this a situation where I need to be grabbing her and we all need to be running?
I will say this, given the observed temperature, um, getting adjacent to her will be close enough to cause damage, much less physically making.
Oh yeah,
I just want to be clear about that.
yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Violating her personal space will hurt. Yes,
Presence bonus from that. Yes, her alias Wolf Spider bonus is applying to them.
Alias Wolf Spider bonus?
yeah, we both worked with her and gave her a very very quick training montage.
Mm,
Yeah,
gotcha.
because her abilities are somewhat somewhat unstable. Like it seems that if she gets in over her head, then issues happen.
She's currently way in over her head.
As like she has power, she doesn't have control. So,
Yeah, it's like she has control for like simple things. Okay. Given this, okay. Yeah, if you can make your I believe was an investigation intuition.
yeah,
And you get longer action track. Okay. There it is. A base difficulty.
yeah, this is partner luck. One on the power die. Thank you. Brings me to a 25.
I will split the difference on that one because it's not exactly sketchy because you've operated with her briefly, admittedly.
That's 25. Yes.
Okay. Um, you would guesstimate 60 to 70. The odds are in the 60 to 70
Handle
that she can't that she could handle this process. That extra three. I'm glad you guys just made her an outfit that is comic book fire resistant.
Foresight.
With someone who deals with fire related abilities, I think that's just should be a given for the sake of decency.
Well, yes, but in the beginning she was just making like small controlled fires and had not experienced a power blowout.
Oh, I agree. I'm just saying that we as players have the foresight to be able to say, something bad will happen. We should probably give her something that will be better suited for this.
Fair.
After all, y'all did a training montage.
No, this actually feels again a very kind of superhero dilemma right here of what to do.
Yeah.
Mention the Parker luck.
I rolled a 1 on power die for the intuition.
So okay.
I assume at some point during this whole you figuring things out and realizing that the sub is slowly sinking, you'll hear me tell you that, oh, by the way, there's like 24 guys trying to get on the sub.
Yep.
And a jet. And there's 3 new reef attractions. You probably felt that.
Actually, given your that's right, it's a no wait, Spidey sense.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He would have just felt that.
Yeah. Even if your real canon is you'd be able to feel the discharge of the.
I mean, after all, spiders feel light. That's something that you have learned.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. That's why I will describe weird ass things.
The real question is, does he have the sight currently activated? I don't recall if you do or not, Tristan.
Yeah, I can't turn it off. I can affect the range, but I can't turn it off.
Yeah, he can do the equivalent of I'm trying to ignore that sound.
No, what I mean is that you have to choose the link to spiders, not that you have super hearing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have to choose the link to spiders.
And I don't believe you were, so you probably feel it.
But there's no spiders on a submarine usually.
His spider sense is different from his spider control thing.
Yeah, those are two different things.
Oh, he has super hearing, and he feels light.
Well, at the moment, I don't have super hearing turned on either.
Well, it is a railgun being fired like less than a meter off the water, right next to the sub.
Well, yeah, my vibration senses would have felt the railgun. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah. I was just trying to think of if you would actually hear it or not.
Oh, yeah,
or feel it.
Yeah. No, I don't think you would necessarily feel the the copters crashing into the water because the water's inherently turbulent anyway because it's 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 not a pool, it's the ocean. So
It's technically the bay. We're in Roulette Bay after all.
that's fair. But still, my point is it's not a steel pool. It's not an unmoving pool of water. So
That is fair.
definitely a rail cannon though. No doubt about that. I realize you're thinking.
I'm just trying to add noise to the void as you figure things out, Tristan.
No, you're fine. You're fine. It's clear that Samurai is considering options.
Only options?
Now you would also wait for this process to complete. I mean, I know the thing's sinking, but that is technically an option on the table.
I am waiting for the op. I mean, you know what I mean. In terms of unless I flee out of the room now, but any of the options on the table are in theory waiting for this to.
Huh. That's disturbing.
And
There's apparently a study that shows that living beings emit a very faint, almost undetectable light that only disappears on death.
well, what are you talking about? Bioluminescence, or rather,
I guess
biophotons?
I don't know. I'm just looking at the title of something from a Korean teacher who does science related YouTube videos. Sad because that's my fall asleep to list for night.
Yep. Suck. Approach her.
Oh God.
Keeping the hood up. Gonna, and spiky fashion. Roll up the mask enough that you can see the face, but it's like hiding the hair and everything.
Okay.
Hands on shoulders. Got this. Eyes up. Look at my eyes on me. We talked. It's breathe. I need need you to control this. Got this. What we've been training for. Breathe with me. So what I am attempting is a command roll, and because I am touching her, I am sending her what Ka I've got. So I'm sending her 4 Ka
Okay.
and attempting to give her a plus 3D command. I can do to modify this. Feel fate point. Can't fate point after the fact.
Well, I can't answer this for you, but does this feel like something that your character would do no matter the cost?
Oh, it's
Try to
definitely
succeed.
that.
Yeah, because she's already operating under a bonus that was granted before, and now using command to amplify that. So yeah, I guess really the question is, do you feel that you want to spend the resource you might not get back?
Yeah. Because while it is technically, I am attempting a heroic act, but at the same time, it's like, does this feel heroic enough to need that? Because it's less my heroism and more her heroism. She needs the fate point more than I do, which is why I'm trying to send her the Ka so she can do that. Find out. Fuck up the command, she still gets the Ka. Half of the die. No,
What's your target number? Or
30.
DC 30? Okay, nice. Okay, cool.
Guest hero has seen my face before the party.
Was he like partially rolled it up?
But he's like rolled it up so like, his eyes.
Oh, okay.
So it's basically a beanie now, so you can see his face.
Okay,
But
gotcha.
this is why I made sure the hood was up, so he's still shielded from Samurai. But
Right.
but he can make eye contact with her. Mask doesn't have eyes. Or reinforce the hands, the waving on the hands a little bit, so a little bit of admit protection.
Yeah. Yeah, you're gonna need to make it so cool.
I'm aware. Also aware it's fire, and I get half soak against that. So
Yup.
Oh lord.
upside, I got 2 Ka for doing something stupid, but then I sent that Ka right to her. So,
Oh fuck, it's circus.
yep. Thank God I got 1,000,000 hit points. I don't know what type of sub this is. If it goes down in the bay, that could have very serious consequences.
Sure.
Oh, the stuff going down in the bay, no matter what kind of stuff it is, has consequences.
Well, yes, but for example, if it turns out to be nuclear,
Honestly, not that big of a deal.
if it explodes,
The reactors don't just explode.
under normal conditions, no.
Even being submerged in water, that doesn't happen.
But
In fact, technically speaking, having a few meters of water is perfectly fine to contain a nuclear reactor.
Again, under normal conditions, you are correct. However, we're in a comic book, which means I have to assume we're operating under comic books of action movie logic, which says you sneeze on it and the thing explodes like a car.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Okay, so 4, so
Don't quite agree with it, but that's fair.
that's 37 damage.
That's 37 damage. Mind that is 14 dice of damage with her trying to.
Yes. Almost a wound. Take a stun.
Okay.
Plus 3D and 4 Ka. That should help.
Turn.
Something stupid. Do the right thing.
Here I was hoping you direct her to send what she's taken back to its rightful place.
Ignoring him because trying to hold her focus. I want to respond to him, but probably should, but keep my focus where.
Okay. Okay, samurai is moving behind her. Uh, and is attempting to forcibly move uh closer to sword. As he's getting close, you'll see him clearly wincing from the sheer sorry. You'll see him getting closer to her, and clearly wincing from the sheer amount of um um he's trying to move her closer um to uh, to his blade that's absorbing the other half of it. Through through gritted teeth, you'll you'll hear him say, my Ryujin blade should be able to to siphon the energy off her. Unless you're going to stop the samurai from moving Ignaris, he will close.
You are determined.
You're wanting this to stop, and so am I. I just I just have a different order of things. Or given the situation, if you're wanting to stop him, if you're wanting to stop him, it would be a lifting roll.
One, I didn't budget for that.
Well, I mean, you have her gripped, yeah. He is
Oh, he's trying to
forcibly
move her.
yeah.
Okay. Yes, I.
Eh, not the best roll.
When it breaks down like that. 48.
Okay. The reversal strength of the spider of a spider is currently outperforming his cybernetics.
As well it should.
Uh,
Did favor 4 con? Yeah, 4 con plus 3.
okay. She is currently not exploding or um and situation going. She okay. Okay. Um, at the moment, it looks like she is in fact absorbing um a little bit more of the energy than Samurai's blade.
Eh,
Okay. Meanwhile, a page should have clicked on so I can go there too.
Meanwhile, on the surface, let me actually roll my initiative now.
That's search.
We have to roll our new initiatives.
Choose.
Hey, hey, David.
Uh-huh.
How close is the plane now? I assumed it was moving closer.
Three 3.4 kilometers away.
Cool, cool. Look at the number of people in the water. I think they're threat. Maybe the four guys that are trying to swim under the water. And that's going to stop a solid tungsten rod from impacting them. Thinking about it. How many people is this? 2, 4, 5, 10, 14 people? I can't easily attack them in the water unless they attack me. I don't want to drown the man by trying to entangle them. Yes, that's the first thing that came to mind is I'll just entangle everyone. Because, 10-meter radius.
So the ones underwater may not be affected depending on.
It's just power entangle.
Well, I mean, so
That's yeah. There's the description matters.
Yeah, the description is riot phone. You're right.
being said, there's 10 on the surface. Right foam. Is that buoyant?
It's foam.
That's your setting. You decide, or he decides, and then that'll whatever's decided will become permanent lore.
Hmm. certain types of foam are impact resistant and buoyant and whatnot. In fact, certain forms of it are actually used in boat production.
Okay.
In theory, it can be if I wanted it to.
Well, what do you defaultly use?
Given that I've used it to put out fires, probably not. Hmm. Hmm. Let me roll d6 real quick. I would use the kind that's not buoyant, generally.
Okay.
Given I was expecting to have to fight over a sub, I would not have these special measures for that. So I can't do that. Guess I don't care. Which, to be fair, these guys are working for Warzone. No, I have to be better. And only because I don't feel like dealing with Pulse Fire being disappointed. Um, you said it was 3.4 kilometers away?
Yep, 3.4.
So it moved 1.6 kilometers in a turn. Cool. I'm gonna hold my action until it comes within range. Then I'm gonna shoot it a lot while it's over the water, where it will crash into the water, away from anyone else. I will still defend myself, and assuming anyone gets on the boat, riot foam will be launched at them.
Okay.
So I'm holding 4 actions and defending myself. So let me know when those rolls are relevant.
To confirm, are you standing on the boat or are you hovering in the air?
I am hovering in the air, keeping pace with the boat. Not that the boat really is moving anymore, but that's what I was doing. There is actually one roll that probably matters for you. I should actually give you my defense roll. I assume you're getting ready to attack me.
Um, the Cataclysm launches a missile at you.
So yes, BTDB to roll my defense roll.
Tell me that.
You said it's
And
what, scale
your skill is
14?
14, yeah.
No, my scale is 5.
Shows 5. Okay,
Yeah. You said its scale was 14.
but shows 12.
12. Cool. 12, 24, 24, 35, 38.
38? Okay.
4 scale.
Yep, scale.
Wait, no, that is with scale. That is with scale. My bad. Actually, no, that is before scale. Because 12, 24, 34 plus 1 is 35, plus 3 for overconfidence, 38. Yeah, that's before scale. So 38 plus 5 is 43.
Okay. Presumably you're trying to outmaneuver the thing?
Yes,
Okay.
this is mech piloting after all.
The missile obviously is heading towards you. It's heading towards you rather quickly. It uh it chases you for a bit, being highly highly maneuverable, eventually making contact. So roll.
Ah, dang. By the way, when it fired that missile, was it in range?
No,
Will it be in range this turn?
It was 3.4 kilometers away. Well,
It didn't move closer?
Technically, it's closing between that. It would have fired at 3 kilometers as it.
That's fine, but did it get within 2 kilometers is what I'm asking. No.
It would have entered just within 2 kilometers at the conclusion of it.
No, that's when I shoot it, because I did have a held action for that. Before that, let me give you a soak roll, which is the whole toughness. 7 dice. Plus. I had 3 extra shield dice. I don't quite trust this thing yet. I don't know what it does, so I have to be a little bit extra cautious. There you go. I think 53 would be alright. I hope. Oh wait, I realized something. My 43 is actually a 45 because the difference is 7. You said it's size 12, right?
Yes, that's well.
I'm pretty sure I still get hit, but
Yeah, you do.
so does my poor Lynx get one shot it?
Your Soka 53. The missile impacts it detonates against you. shoving you around a bit just because it exploded. But there's no appreciable damage.
My shield's held. Yay.
And
Now let me return to favor.
yep, you were shooting back, as I recall.
3, 6,
Um,
9.
have you factored in range, or are you needing me to factor in range?
I don't know what. Yeah, we need to factor in for range, so.
Um, what range band is 1.8 kilometers for your weapon?
The third range band.
Over modifiers in play because air.
That's going to be a plus 10 from overconfidence scale. I'm rolling 9 dice with all the actions I took. Yep. What's the penalties and whatnot?
I was modifying the difficulty of his dodge for the range.
Oh, you're just going to modify that. Gotcha. There we go.
Okay. Yeah, Cataclysm goes into a number janky evasive rolls, which beats your 40.
That's fine. I expected this. I'll just start dialing back how many actions I take until I hit it. By the way, what was the damage result that I soaked?
Oh, sorry. The damage result was 27.
Okay.
Yeah, missiles.
I assume you won't tell me the amount of dice that is.
Um, it's 6D to scale with the Cataclysm. It's it's a it's a high maneuverly missile designed to hit the target. So
Yep. Okay.
swimming.
Oh, they're not going to get on the boat yet? Yeah, that's a shame.
These guys, however, are climbing on the boat. I believe you said you had something held for when they come on the boat. Maybe it was the right phone.
Yes. If I recall, the actual targeting of it is still targeting, or is it the power side of the power?
Your weapon is marksmanship.
No, it's not about the foam launcher, the tangle.
Still marksmanship. You
No
marksmanship
marksmanship?
marksmanship to hit, and then your power damage versus their reflexes for soak.
Oh, so it's still my marksmanship. What's my current marksmanship under all these penalties? It's not Kung Fu, I know that much. I mean, that. A 19.
Oh wow. The mercenaries with map rolled a 21.
Cool. I overmapped. Mistake has been made. Mistake shall be rectified. Because yeah, the foam launcher doesn't have any fire control. Oh wait, this is a 10-meter AoE. That's technically affecting each of them individually.
Okay. While they did not take the economy to attack as well because they were wanting to make sure they got on the ship, got on the boat. Um, you will note that three of them beginning to um are beginning to swing the um the rocket launchers from on their back to ready them. They aren't actually doing this; it's just what they're in the process of doing. So it's not the weapon is not ready yet because they didn't have the action economy for it.
Okay.
The other groups are definitely keeping an eye on the big giant robot in the air. But a few of them are looking around the kind of getting kind of a visual sit rep on what's going on the boat on the surface of the boat itself. Okay. The ones in the water will submerge deeper. Yeah. Let's see. With Warzone closing in, responding to him. But he will. Warzone will. S- um, send over. Given the given the state of that ship, is it that you're working with a team now? And here I thought you were lonely after you copters aren't going to be able to use the. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Wolf Spider, you might have people trying to join you in an unexpected fashion because they're diving. Just to let you know.
Fun.
No, and it looks like more people wearing power armor, so I don't think you need to hold back against them. Let you know.
Thank you for that.
I doubt they'll be there right now, but they're trying to. Presumably, since they're going deeper.
Yeah. Your initiative is in. Eh,
That might remember. I couldn't re-roll my initiative while I was waiting, for the map to change.
Ah,
Hey, for I have gotten faster.
oops.
Okay. Suppose I have to keep maintaining my command. If I do anything else, finish my command. Spinning my wheels here. Damn it. That you roll 6.
So it still takes that.
Hey, got a wound. Thanks. Yes, I'm finally wounded. Been wounded before. So.
Um, Samurai is still trying to he'll he'll you'll hear him ooh, really close. His lifting was a 38.
Ooh.
So there's actually a bit of a struggle going on there. And it, you'll hear him say, let me do this. His power isn't for her." You're gonna spend some character points against that damage.
How long it's going to take at the rate we're going for neutralization versus sinking?
Neutralization versus sinking.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean whether you're synced before this?
Yeah. Or this gets figured out.
Um, but with your seal, provided nothing, happens to it. um, Given how everything is looking at the moment, it looks like this energy absorption should conclude at the end of next round.
Okay, so here we have the time.
Speaking of, can you roll your webbing? Yeah. Um, there is a boom. As as your webbing is reached by a detonation. Mounting some aquatic propelled vehicles so they can actually enter.
All right, Cobra, come on now.
They'll
Gotcha.
get into assess situation.
And then I'll spontaneously combust all of Parasite Eve.
You will hear okay. Um, um, WS1, you'll be able to hear. There we go. Warshock 1 to Warzone. We have a little bit of a complication here. Seems that the energy source is being absorbed by. Well, they're not on fire, so being being absorbed or some such uh, by a unknown individual, and possibly the console itself. I get a perception roll from you to see if you hear the response. Mhm. Okay. You'll be able to hear to hear hmm. If it's being absorbed, but if it's being absorbed back into the console, from what you're saying, it looks like the general containment is damaged. See what you can do about obtaining the attaining the being absorbing it. Wilco on that. Get gotta say I didn't expect to be capturing any people today. So, what do you think the odds are that the two of you will just step aside and let us do what we can do?
Pretty abysmal.
That's what I thought. Well, guess we're gonna have to take you down.
You're welcome to try.
Uh, 3 and 4, you go get the Asian. 2, you're with me. Um, Samurai will scoff. You must be new. You must be new not to recognize who I am. I th- I think the fact of the matter here, sir, is I don't care who you are. Oh, haha, looking up the phone rolls. Here we go. Okay. Well, Warstock 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 respectively, are splitting into pairs. Um, Warstock 1 is a just kind of directing them with a few hand signals. Um, they appear to be um coordinating for some crossfire.
Crossfire.
Jump on. That's right. It's under. That's good enough. Okay. See, they're opening fire on you and Samurai. But,
I'm not loving it.
oof. Some of these rules do. Wrong thing. Oh, right thing. Right. Oh, see, see if Samurai's going to be embarrassed, though he has been in a number of fights. Okay. They're opening fire on Spider and Samurai respectively. Let's see what your ranged.
I didn't roll one. And since I'm standing, in theory, standing between them and Ignaris,
Yeah, well, with how what their angles are, if they miss, they wouldn't be shooting into Ignars. It'd be
okay.
shooting into the wall next to you.
Okay. Here for the armor, I had to turn up for her.
Okay.
Well, at least I could say I conveniently warned you.
Yeah.
Although I don't know how much it'll help.
Perfect. Um, their rifles are firing out rapid bursts. You get hit for a was it 29 and 32, respectively, neither of which penetrates your amped armor. Huh. Yeah, uh, gotta say, usually people go down when that happens. Well, just means that we gotta do this. Um, there's sounds of firing as well from Warshock 3 and 4. Samurai is able to back away real quick for the shots hitting the wall and partially penetrating the wall. Um, Warshock 1 and 2, you will perceive them flicking their fire selectors to a different set. Hmm.
Anyone else want to be stupid?
Uh, um, you'll get a response from Warshock 3. Uh, look at this. Spider thinks that we don't know how to handle him. All it takes is water spout. Although in my case, it will be something a bit more heavy than that. I take it you like challenging people, Spider.
No, I like protecting people from their own stupidity.
Hmm. Yes, well, but what I'm thinking then is um a little bit of this then. Uh, um um Warthog 3 begins marching towards what looks like some sort of heavy weapon, just on their back. Um uh um Warthog 4 will look over. You can like hear the sigh. Um if you're gonna insist on making something allowed, I'd suggest the grenade versus the explosive. Oh, I suppose you're right. I don't want to be detonating an entire sub today. Okay, see here. Let's see how this is going to roll out. For the oh, the dice. Okay. See my AP. Okay. Triss has stepped out for. Should work fine. Okay. I will describe what happens when it gets back. Flowing. Okay. I'm wondering if there's some setting.
I certainly hope so.
Ignoris and the what is going to essentially be the last round of this um this absorption of power, as it were, um, loses some control as there's a arcing of from her um skin from you can see through the mask has taken on the color of molten rock, including and look of molten rock, including like a term like veins of like lava going through it. Addition, um her hair is beginning to go into a state itself. Um, are you wanting to have combat sense and stuff? Are you wanting to make a dodge roll to move away from this burst of energy?
No, no. If I move, I might spook her or something, so I keep the eye contact and all that.
You're just going to try to soak it at half soak. Godspeed.
Well, I mean, we're not on the map. I can't take any damage.
Well, that just means damage is queued. As soon as the scene switches back to you, you just take it.
Yep.
Oh fuck.
And I just heard "oh fuck" from the GM. Hearing "oh fuck" from the GM is never a good thing for you.
Yes, it flicks to the worst roll possible. Okay.
Worst roll possible for you, or worst roll possible for him?
If it's not contained, then the damage increases by a d6 of d6s.
This. You're fucked.
Upside, it rolled a 69 for damage.
Nice.
Okay, that is nice. But you're fucked.
No, I'm fine. I got 60 hit points left.
No, I'm talking about if it continues to fail. It just here's more d6s of damage.
Yeah.
Art.
Well, fortunately, up until that
you're severely wounded.
Up until that failed command roll, she was making the rolls.
Yeah, I just botched the command at a bad time.
Yeah, I even threw in and it's like, yeah, but no.
Gotcha.
Okay, what to be your initiative?
I'm being a hero. I'm paying the price. I'm farming Ka, because I guess as long as I continue being next door being an idiot, I get 2 Ka.
Yeah.
Which technically, because of that, she would also have had 2 more Ka if she wants to spend that on that control roll. Because as long as I'm farming, I'm sending them to her to try and get her to.
Don't you have to transfer that like on your turn though?
Well, that's what I mean. I forgot to do that last.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that would affect this roll or not, but
Okay, the answer is yes. Because
I don't take the damage.
well, what I need to do is it means the damage doesn't increase, so I need to backport this damage a little. Okay, the new damage total is 54 instead of 69.
Alrighty, I have a quick question for you. Fighting would go under reflexes, yes?
In the
For
case
Link?
of Lynx, yeah, because for whatever reason, they don't. Robots don't. Apparently.
Cool. I just want to make sure. And how does full defense work?
Okay, I take your new initiatives in.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay. Yep. So your turn. You said did you say you were holding actions again?
No, I'm asking how full defense works.
Oh,
Like
how
you're
full defense
just
works. If you make a defense roll with full defense, essentially, you're adding. 10,
Yeah, plus 10.
Yeah, you're adding plus 10 to the roll on top of all the other difficulty modifiers.
cool. That's going to be that plus that. You know what? I'll trust it. Lingus is going to position himself over the hatch and keep his foot on the hatch so he can't go down. Still flying, so his full weight isn't on the rinky-dink decoy, but it's enough to keep the door closed. Make sense?
Yeah, you're using Lynx itself to prevent the door from being utilized. Yeah.
And he's going to roll his full defense.
Keep in mind, well, okay, are you if you're making a piloting roll, the presumption is that you are actually taking evasive maneuvers.
Yes, he's
Okay, I'm just stating that because you mentioned you're wanting to cover this door. So
As in, he's saying you might have a hard time taking evasive maneuvers and not moving from that spot.
it's not impossible. You can keep your full defense roll. I'm just kind of be modifying it because you're essentially going to be restricting yourself if you're to that small zone unless you're wanting to forgo. And that's kind of the advantage of, say, blocking or parrying is that you're not moving.
yeah, he's going to effectively parry instead of the missiles away, or whatever happens to attack him.
Oh, you can't parry projectiles unless you have a coordination of 7D plus.
No, he can't do that then.
That being said, I could see you blocking them, but then you're essentially taking the hit.
Yes, you block, you just can't parry.
Wait, would that plus 10 still apply to that defense roll though?
It would, but you're just as you make the roll because you're blocking, you're still taking the hits.
And in the case of a vehicle, it doesn't actually provide any bonuses.
I say,
Well, you still get your martial arts soak bonus.
But it's Lynx that's doing it.
Yeah. So it'd be Lynx. It would be based on Lynx's skill, not yours.
Yes. So he
Oh,
went.
Lynx has.
martial arts.
Well, no,
Lynx doesn't have any martial arts.
vehicles. He'd replace his reflexes with Lynx's reflexes.
Well, no, but this is Lynx acting autonomously.
Oh, then Lynx actually autonomy. Then yeah, Lynx doesn't have the martial arts, so Lynx would be getting whatever the base block damage soak is, which I think is 0.
In terms of a bonus, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he still has whatever armor he's enchanted with.
So it'd be just you just be rolling soak at that point. At which point you might as well not waste the action.
Yeah.
Just take the hit.
I'm at least actively trying to stand here. I will take the penalties.
Okay.
That's fine by me.
I do want to point out that I would still be willing to allow a dodge. I would just be modifying the hit because, again, you wouldn't necessarily be completely leaping out of the way of shots and things. You'd be more doing I just shift a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm planning to just soak the hit, but I'm also trying to make it slightly harder for normal people to hit him. Not that it matters, because you get a +5 anyways. But my goal is I'm occupying this square. They will have to remove me from the square to be able to access the hatch.
Gotcha.
Since, you can't move from an enemy hex unless you do something special.
Yep.
And with the hatch being closed, they can't just easily move through the square.
Gotcha. Yeah.
That's the intended goal of this. I'm fine taking pills.
Okay.
24.
Okay, the cataclysm accelerated.
I'm not done. I'm just telling you what Lynx is
You're
doing.
taking it full. Oh, right, because Lynx was taking the full action, not you. Okay.
Yeah. I'm finally deciding to do that thing that we all agreed on.
All right. But well, I am holding off. What's up?
Let's see. Riot foam, AoE. Target that twice. Cool. So I'm going to take 4 actions, 3 attacks against the Cataclysm, and 1 attack against all the guards. I'll do 4, actually. 2 against the mercs trying to get on the boat. One of them is actually going to be a held action, technically. And then 2 attacks on Cataclysm. So, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 17. I'm taking 4 actions. That's a 3 map penalty. Two. Plus 2, that's going to be 6 information point plus plus scale bonus, confidence. You. I am having to think. Thinking is hard right now. I'm trying to do multiple things, and I'm trying to do it at the right level where I can actually guarantee a hit. Maybe. This many dice. Plus that. Damn it. It says damage versus reflex. I rolled a normal damage, and if the damage beats their reflexes or entangle, is that how it works?
Instead of rolling soak, they roll reflexes. If your roll beats their roll, they're entangled.
Gotcha. There you go. I do have one more entangled that will come up when the other group gets on the boat.
So, and to confirm, when you're targeting the cataclysm, you're targeting its main body? You're not doing subsystem targeting.
I am just targeting its main body. It is too far away for me to want to consider it until I have a rough idea where I can hit it. Because, for instance, a 40 didn't hit it, so I'm hoping a 63 would.
Yeah, let's say 63 does. Ah,
Thing I did was I reduced the map. See where that goes. I reduced the map, I hit. Now I need to do other things to increase the difficulty. That way, I slowly get it to the point where I'm not just automatically hitting.
And CP and stuff. How many strikes? Was it a
It was just
strike?
2. Nope, it was 2. I took 4 actions. Doing 2 entangled with one of them being held, and then 2 attacks with the railgun.
Oof. Your first strike hits it, shearing off a chunk of the material, um including its messing with its streamlining, so you're affecting its ability. Looks like if at zero. Okay, if at 0, then that happens. Okay, and okay, first shot. Warzone takes some activating. Second shot. Oh, I wish that piloting roll happened earlier. Damn. Okay. Uh,
And has to roll each defense roll? Did he not take a defense? Oh.
Warzone got hit by activate injury. If that's what you're asking about.
No, you said a second piloting roll.
Oh, no, he doesn't get a second defense. I have it set up to where I click a button and all the relevant things roll.
Ah,
So I'm like, oh, I wish that was the piloting roll earlier.
gotcha. That makes sense. And it's a 33 to
So
hit those guys to try to entangle them. Yeah, figure out the rest of the stuff.
oh, that's not much better than okay. Okay, well then. See. Okay. You take another drink of the plane. Okay. Ability is borked. Okay, you've clearly damaged the cataclysm. Is that it for you?
Yeah. However, we still have to resolve the entangle attack against the soldiers already on the ship,
Ah, yes.
and the second entangle attack that will happen once the other group gets on the ship.
Reflexes 13. Dodge 24.
Cool. Well, 33. It that actually hit them with the entangle, and the damage was 20. So they're entangled.
Yep.
It doesn't actually stop them from shooting a missile at me, does it? Or
Entangle just
does
gets rid of their movement.
Hmm. I might have miscalculated. Oh well. I'll pay for it this time.
Okay. Congratulations on getting a few hits in. Accelerates closer. Is currently 400 out. You see a number of things detached from the cataclysm. And
Okay.
independently accelerate forward. You are not getting any. You are not getting any missile lock warnings.
So I have my log defense. I can't do anything about that. I'm concerned about it, but I can't do anything about that.
They're small objects.
Oh,
No. You wouldn't dare.
Since this may have some meaning to you, uh, its designation is QX, as you can probably see from the name.
all right.
I'll have a
Is that
bunch of.
Well, the abbreviation is DASI, but it's
Firing a bunch of drones at me that will fire lasers.
yes, these are directed area superiority interceptors.
Rose bits?
Well, it is what it is. I may or may not regret this.
Missiles don't affect you. Warzone has accelerated to be 400 away, which is still technically off map.
We have a very small map. Technically speaking, these helicopters are only 15 meters apart. Map is only 27 meters across by 40 meters across, give or take. So it'd be a
Character scale
small.
map, not a vehicle map.
Yes. The vehicle showed up.
Oh, I didn't put it in the auto roll. Oops. Okay, let me roll the fire control.
I'm pretty sure they're technically smaller than me, aren't they?
Oh, the dossies. Yeah, the dossies are scale 0,
Uh,
so they're person sized.
Which make it even
They're
more
large and
annoying.
bulky for a person size, but they typically take up that entire bit of scale 0 space.
So irritating. Well, it makes sense for a backstabbing asshole.
Okay. Entangled. Full defense of a 4. Okay. While the dossies are deploying and accelerating forward, the cataclysm itself is firing. Shoot. The cataclysm is firing its um uh, um onboard um onboard machine guns, and it just hits you.
Damn it.
What was that?
Been a character point.
All right. If you want to sign a character point, go right ahead.
Actually, Oh, did you take scale into factor, by the way? I'm pretty sure it wasn't the dice that were shooting, right? It was Cataclysm itself.
But itself, you're right. The difference is 7.
Yep.
Thank you for the reminder.
You actually factored that in or not?
Make this a bit viable. I'm going to be CP here.
That's 7 penalty.
Factored in that penalty. Factoring in the penalty boosts it to a 40.
It went up to a 45?
You spent CP.
Oh.
Yeah, because with the -7, it would have brought it below the threshold of potentially hitting you.
I want to save my CP. I'll take the hit. Whatever.
Like that? Okay.
Seven. 2.
Now let's get DS. Ah, see. Well, this is Warzone after all.
What is it?
Um, um, using the Cataclysm is armed with HE rounds.
HE?
high explosive rounds.
Doesn't affect my soak. That's fine. Oh, it does affect all those people though. Well then. Yay for shields. He just down all of his own troopers.
Quite possible.
Those poor mercs. I was just trying to restrain them.
Again. Set my API sandbox.
Also, I have links over here.
Oh, oops.
Yeah,
I
wrong area. Collateral's still on the map from before. Roll off into the non-existent realms.
okay.
Alias isn't there either.
Well, yeah. So these guys are.
They're technically unconscious. Well, one of them's unconscious. I don't know about the other.
Well, I
Oh wait, no, that's
believe they're all restrained.
I say they're whipped up. They're not unconscious.
Well, it sucks to be them then right now.
Oh, if they survive, there's a very good chance the webbing's gone.
Which means I'm then gonna have to fight more people.
Well, Scorpio's armor is able to. Well, wait, hold on. I need to factor in the because he's skill 0.
You have to factor in the extra 7 damage.
Okay, so 5. Pisces on the other hand, as her primary thing is evasion and not getting hit. So
I just want to make this single comment. Scorpio, as he gets blasted by Ichi from a Gatling gun, apparently. See, your boss doesn't care about you. You know, she don't look good. Um. Hmm. Hmm.
Pisces being the more vulnerable of the zodiac, given this particular attack form, is not looking good. As for the webbing itself, if you'd want, you can roll the soak.
It held.
Given that this is high explosive,
That's right, that'd be half soak then.
much can I divide it?
Alright.
Yeah, with the skill bonus and everything, the webbing is immolated. I don't suppose you mark. Okay. Um, if you could do me, obviously not for this last roll, but if you could put the defense on one of the bubbles in Lynx's token, so I don't need to keep scrolling up and down the chat all the time because I have GM stuff that you guys can't see that takes up bulks in my chat.
Sure, I'll put it in there. I'll put it in the blue bubble for you. I didn't know you had a whole bunch of GM stuff. Just completely
It's, like for instance, where
doing
if you
that.
see like Cataclysm rolls, that's for you to see that I'm rolling for a thing, but beneath that is like the entire block rolling.
Gotcha.
44. So there. Okay.
Yeah, that's because you hit me with 45 and I soaked it. Also, by the way, their scale 0. Actually, plus 14 to them. Sorry, plus 12. Not just plus 7 against them. It's even more terrifying.
Okay. Who are shooting at Lynx. Um, a scale.
You get a plus 5 bonus because I'm scale 5. You said they're scale 0. Unless they're using larger than scale 0 weapons. That's how that works, right?
Yeah, they're using scale 0 weapon. Scale plus 5. Okay, 60 and 66.
Yeah, I get hit. There's no stopping that.
Um, a coherent laser emits from two of them. One will circle around.
Scale 0, so I get a +5 bonus to my soak.
The scale should apply to your soak. Yeah, and being scale 0, you get to add your scale and full.
Yeah, they add it to hit, you add it to soak.
Oh, well, my DR effectively goes from +15 to +20. Not counting the whole thickness. 10, 20.
Okay. Well, the beams strike you. And you're getting some alert signs as the beam is um slightly not slightly, the beam is somewhat penetrating your armor at a focused point, but the beam dissipates before any damage is caused to the substructure.
A soak of 61 and I take damage?
No, as I said, I was just describing the fact that the focused beams are partially penetrating the armor, but not getting to your substructure. You're soaked.
It melted a couple layers, but you did soak.
And that's also
Okay.
describing the fact that the lasers are armor piercing.
Oh, well, 20 of that came from shields. That's not armor.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, the armor piercing is defensive. Is the general
Armor
roll anyway.
Yeah.
Is it? I'm pretty sure it only counts for
Depends on
armor.
which armor piercing you're using.
Yeah.
Vehicle armor piercing and power armor piercing are worded slightly differently.
Second.
Because armor piercing, the gadget is negate half the resistance value.
Yeah, it has a resistance value. That's functionally the same as the armor piercing.
Yeah, your shield is part of your resistance value.
But the other one is not the resistance value, it's the armor value. Which wouldn't be the shield. Because the shield is power.
Resisting with your armor and shields against damage, yes?
And what is the actual difference between the two wordings?
They're functionally the same.
That makes no sense. Why is there two different wordings then?
Because
they are effectively the same. Because the power enhancement halves the number of dice rolled for any armor or defensive power the target has an effect, whereas the other one just says resistance value.
Yeah, because their editor is balls.
That's so confusing. Fine, it doesn't matter. I soak it anyways. Moving on.
Again,
that's so confusing.
I at the time I talked to the guy on the old OpenD6 forums. He seemed fine. He was willing to answer questions. And if he ever hears this, I mean no offense, but you have editors uncredited on your book.
And even more professional games like D&D and Pathfinder have typos like that kind of thing happen.
Yeah, like I've seen like S instead of T kind of thing.
Oh no, I agree with you. I'm not saying it's isolated to just this, but it's just.
I know we found ones like that in like Essence 20 that we made fun of.
Oh yes,
yeah.
Like technically speaking, you can jump into space.
Yes.
Or I can technically move at prescience. I can move faster than the people's train of thought. Because I just moved before combat happens. Just period. Doesn't matter. Combat happens somewhere, I moved before it.
Well, supposedly that is supposed to indicate that you're basically moving at the time, in that same split second that they're taking their turn. It's not so much that you're moving before like pre-sentient, so much as everybody else is going into slow motion to like brace their weapons to shoot you, you get the action to dive for cover.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I somehow predict the future of combat's happening now.
Well, again,
I'm in cover.
It's not that you're predicting the future; it's that it's happening simultaneously.
But before initiative, but
yeah, it's the fact that it's ordered as before initiative is rolled. That's the funny part about it.
This dossier right here.
Yeah.
Momentarily dips under the water, and you'll see an occluded glow come from it before it pops back, breaches the water back to the surface.
It glowed.
You saw an occluded glow underwater come from it. It fired its laser while it was underwater, and then it popped back up to the surface.
Who did it fire its laser at?
Probably the boat.
Wolf Spider.
Oh, fun.
He's not targeting you, but he's targeting your section.
See previous GIF.
I'm sorry, that's just funny. Just like, yeah, no, he's targeting you.
Oh
man.
When we get back to you, there will be a beam that kind of flashes through for a moment.
We apparently now have lair actions that you have to deal with inside the sub.
Fine. I have to assert my dominance down here.
By the way, someone's dying up here now because some asshole shot explosives. I'm still dealing with his laser shooting drones and more people.
These bastards. This one will settle below the ship line, but still above the water. Wait, hold on. They have... Nope. They don't have that. It has to move forward. Okay, never mind.
Ah! You can't stop.
Okay, so it will be in a close close pattern around the ship.
There's a small issue with that. The ship isn't moving.
I mean, we're coasting.
Generally, now it's slowly sinking, but
we got the current, but yeah,
it's effectively flying a pattern, a very close pattern around the.
Cool. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that,
guys. The people that were heading towards the ship. So you see the explosions that happened? They will move to the side of the.
Well, they're going towards the explosions. The explosions happen where I'm at, not where the other group is.
No, I mean they still see the fact that the ship's being tilted by explosions. So it's like, oh, well, shit. And I believe I'm just gonna say they can't beat your entangle rolls, man. So I'm just gonna say they're
entangled to the side of the boat now. They touch the boat, they get entangled. That will at least wait until you're attached to climbing the side of the boat before I do it. That way they don't drown. Assuming the boat doesn't sink.
Okay.
Done. Yep.
Whoa, damn, Will Spider. Ooh, look at you go.
Okay. Pull down the mask. Look over her shoulder at Samurai. Okay, look. Dispute about your right to it, the fire and all that aside. We can both agree they don't deserve. They have no right to it. Hmm. Momentary truce. None of us want to drown, and they're putting more holes in the boat.
I can agree to that.
Fair enough. All right, Iggy. You keep us from going 1997, PS1 up in here. Flip check. Let's see if I can get 3 for 1. Back, kick off the wall, going for a knockback kick. If I do it right, number 1, will clip into 3 and possibly 4 and knock all 3 of them out the hole.
Okay.
Fucking kidding me? Failed by 1. Really?
Okay, you're defeated. Oh,
Minimum 24.
minimum 24. Time. Oh, okay. First one will block. That being said, you're going for knockback.
They are wearing power armor, right? I want to double check that.
It's not powered armor. It's like it's modified. It's teched out armor.
Checked out heavy armor.
Well, it looks like power armor to me when I said it. And I believe Wolf Spider has discretion to not be able to kill people.
20. The 32 is halved for the knockback, but not halved for the other stuff. For the
I've
KO.
already done my halving. That's
Okay. Sure.
whatever gets through is halved.
They don't have extra defenses against you in terms of armor. Which defenses against other things. Oh, so used to Star Wars. Powers don't drop when you get reach a level of stun. Okay. Actually, I take the S because some said um that that after total not enough to knock them. Though he does go flying. Whee! I'm just gonna move you right there for a moment so I can see if these guys will get out of the way. Spider Foo is your throw or your kick or what have you.
That was my kick, yeah.
I'm just looking for a difficulty to roll against.
That was my hit to kick the guy in that direction because of knockback. Got out of the way. Did it work?
Let's see. Three gets out of the way a bit more handily. Four, almost gets clipped. Splash water. Oh, technically you splashed it. Those would arrest their distance. Core Shock 3 is. Oh, 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 that's funny. uh, uh, with Arc 4 kind of he's looking at back at the hole with the water coming through. Uh, um, I see. Come on, he'll be fine. I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about that spider's leg strength. The spider can crack walnut with leg. Not the no, not the not that scary to me. If you see past a helmet, you would see an eye roll. Samurai will move forward. You really should be paying attention to your opponents. Mm, Bulkhead. Okay, Samurai rushes over, grabs Warshock 4 and flips them into the bulkhead. Given points of
2D, but you did get the 2K.
uh,
That looks
go.
like a lot.
Okay. The energy streaming from both sides. The central sphere of fiery energy will distort and break in half of it going well, a little more than half of it. Going in Ignaris and the others going in to Samurai's Ryujin blade.
Okay, okay.
Ignaris is not exploding.
Good. How much longer we gotta hold this?
The energy has been absorbed by both
Oh, that
the
was the
sword
last
and
of it.
her.
Okay.
Yeah, as I mentioned, it would only be one more round.
Oh, I was not remembering. Okay.
Um, he does look a little unsteady though.
Good job.
Thanks.
Probably should start making for the deck.
Yeah, so it sounds like a good idea.
Um, there's laser drones up here. By the way, let you
Working
know.
on it.
Oh, and Pisces, the water chick, she's currently bleeding out because of explosives.
It just keeps getting better and better.
Um, or shock 2. Cannot look at the situation. Huh. This is rapidly deteriorating.
Pretty good time to call it a day.
Or shock 4. Well, I think we still have a chance. You may not realize this, Wolf Spider, but we are familiar with preparation. or shock 3. Well, well, they prepare. I more just make sure things are sufficiently distracted by beefy muscle. Okay, checking these gates. Okay. Do we have something for the fire though? Huh? Uh, or shock 2. Well, okay, mild complications. Ah, yes. No, this was gonna suck. Okay. Warshock 2 will move move towards move towards Ignaris. Taking uh taking out what essentially looks like is like just some extra padding to put on his hand. Uh oh, oh well, fuck me then. Okay, shit. Um, Ignaris tries to skillfully move away with a 36. Warshock 2, however, is finding this cute as well, sufficiently superior training. However, he now gets zapped by a generation. I keep saying he, I'm just defaulting to that. Manny. Okay, gotcha. Time for quote all of the CP. Big oath. immediately. Ugh. Uh, with some gritting of teeth. By you really want me to be touching this? Well, you really should. I don't particularly like having my armor melted. Ah, I wanted to go and fight Spider. Uh, oh, and that apparently. So Spider, you very nimble like Spider.
That is the general idea, yes.
Are they trying to kidnap people?
Well, I mean, they're trying to grab Ignaris.
Um, I guess I'm shooting someone with a railgun again.
About how about I just see um how many shots it takes to actually hit you. There's a number of ones in here, so this is very annoying. Yeah, you're. Yeah, 29 does not hit you.
Nope. Gun, so I can't, make him eat dirt.
Goes in closer as it's opening fire. Okay, duly up. And it goes in with a attempted kick to your hip for a 39. It was a
5. So, dirt.
ah!
Bang.
Mm. Oh, this must have slipped on fire.
How does that work?
I don't know, but it certainly could not have been you who have done it. If it's where I would have to make spider soup.
Already in the broth.
Explains delicious smell. See, good thing.
That'd be next turn.
Okay.
Didn't hold an action for it.
Doing. Or should I take a look over to? Okay, um, I'll get the robot guy. You deal with this. Uh, that sounds like a sensible plan. Oops, did I get the wall? Going against the water, Warshock 4 takes Ignaris via the small like hand-holdy aquatic propulsion vehicles um, that that they use to get here. But Ignaris is not unconscious. Is not unconscious. So
She can, in theory, look after herself.
so. Okay. Depending on how this goes, um, um, possibly the final round, depending on how again both up here and down here,
Yeah.
down here goes. Okay. Our new
My
initiatives.
stuff is in. Yeah.
How about for Lynx?
Lynx can't roll until you're on his map. I mean, he can roll, but he can't put it in.
That is fair.
Do I need to roll?
Initiative.
Yeah, I do need to do that, but it's also almost 11.
Yeah, I figured we were ending here. Get your stuff in.
Okay.
I don't know.
Sure.
Yeah. But I know you got an early start tomorrow. I don't know about him.
Initiative is in.
Okay, Lynx.
Still going? It's almost 11.
We're not ending here. That's 11.
Yeah, we can here.
Well, I mean, I'd be fine with going one more round, but he's got an early start, and he's got an early start. And...
Okay.
It's a bit late for that. Sorry.
No, sure.
We're taking about an hour around.
It's the downside of starting an hour late.
Okay. Oh. All right, that's fine. That's fine.
And now that we have established a set of ground rules for me to have Lynx do shenanigans, I also have an idea of how to speed things up for myself as well. So it should be faster next time.
So far, I feel that Warzone is actually in the same league as Collateral.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. He has a jet with laser drones. I have a mech with a railgun. Eventually, one of us will win.
Eventually.
But I have a shield. He doesn't.
Yeah, technically, I slightly more hull than you, though. But, I mean, you have a shield.
I have a shield and armor piercing. He doesn't. Well, his drones have armor piercing, but
He's demonstrated that.
Well, his drones have armor piercing. And those won't survive much longer. I ain't gonna allow those things to exist around me.
Well, I'm curious how this is going to take out. I know what Warzone's revised plan is.
It's apparently kidnapping people.
It'll actually go off. Well, I mean, he wanted the reactor. I mean, she is now the reactor, so plans have to adapt.
I think it wasn't originally a kidnapping plot, but
It just means that I'm going to very specifically target someone in the water with a railgun. And I'm not going to hold back.
well, you got to know where they are first.
I could technically just allow myself to go into the water. There's nothing saying I can't fly out of the water.
No, I'm just saying you got stuff up there that's distracting you. I can worry about the water, and you don't know what direction they went. So
That's true. Until you tell me they got kidnapped. Once you do that, I could just probably roll use tech roll and have my 10-kilometer sensors
yeah,
tell me exactly where they are.
yeah.
Warzone has it has again some contingencies due to ex-military resources. Oh, that does remind me. I do have a file on Warzone, given that
He's apparently the bastard that backstabbed me, yeah.
yeah, since you would know. I have a redacted and an unredacted version. I figure off the cuff you'd probably know the redacted one, considering once you said you don't really know what he did after that.
I know all the unredacted stuff before that, though.
I don't have a 3/4 document. I only have the redacted and the unredacted. I don't have a partially redacted.
Yes, you need to make one. I'm joking. You don't have to.
His Warshock team also has little things on them. I just don't have them as separated out. But I can make them available to find some way to look. Their Warshock moniker isn't going to provide much in the way of identifying information.
Yeah, it all looks like a giant blob.
All I know is this. Warzone has decided to show up where I am and be rude about it. So, it's war. I'll hold back against the normal mercs. They'll probably die if I look at them. Warshacks, they'll probably survive an AP round from a railgun going at Mach Buck.
I mean, the
probably
troopers are skilled, but they don't necessarily have super armor.
I don't know that. Yeah,
not necessarily, because their armor is above par. I'll be curious to see how it works out.
Yeah, I don't know that yet. I just see them in power armor, or what looks like power armor. So they get shot by railgun. If they survive, then I have every reason to continue. If they don't, I'll dial it back. They work for Warzone, a backstabbing asshole. I could care less what happens to them. Collateral damage at that point. Have already shown enough restraint, not just outright blowing up the helicopters. And not killing the mercenaries that got out of it.
That being said, apparently the nameless mercs are listed under acceptable casualties for Warzone.
And that's also why I'm making an effort to not kill them.
Definitely next time we're gonna be getting to the section I thought we were going to be able to get to today. But again, I came in late. Good work. So
It is all good.
I'm glad that you're able to get hit using links, but not get cored like one of the other encounters.
That's also because we're dealing with scale. The things that are hitting me that can actually do damage, I'm surviving because I'm spending my shield dice in scale.
Again, that's what they're there for.
Yeah. Because when you fired something at scale with me, I was able to handily soak it. Because the other times when you've attacked links with things that were way above scale and hit him.
Well, I thought
Yeah,
like
but
Scorpio was able to hurt you.
Yeah. Also because I rolled low.
Ah, fair.
I rolled like a 30 on that, and he rolled like 50. Well, it wasn't that bad because Links actually survived. He rolled like a. Either way, he rolled stupidly high, and I rolled just low enough to fail by a good margin. I remember that. That's just how vehicles work. Either you get outright destroyed, or you could just take a whole bunch of nickel and dime. There's generally no in between. At least that's my experience looking at Star Wars and Supers.
It really depends on the vehicle.
Well, honestly, some of what's going on is players tend to want to max out their firepower.
Yeah.
So, resulting in things that should be equal to them blowing up pretty spectacularly. So when the enemy does the same thing, it becomes a who gets blown up first.
Yeah.
Instead of
No, I understand.
because players don't want to do stock. So
And that's completely understandable. I'm just saying the way it looks and plays out, it tends to be one way or the other. And that's perfectly fine. Extra caution has to be taken.